Okay. Hello everybody and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm your big sis Sumiko. We're just gonna adjust and get right back to it. Oh, that's not me. I guess we can grab these real quick. Yeah. Earrings. I don't need those. I have lost my grandchild. Please help me search for him. He was right next to me until a short while ago. I cannot believe I lost sight of him so easily. He was asking a lot of questions about the One River. Perhaps he went there searching for something. Though I truly hope that this is not the case. I have heard that a group of Lupin looters roam the area of late. Please search along the One River for my grandson. I shall continue to look for him here. And let's change to answer, I guess. Could I ask you to help with a problem of mine? It concerns some water serpents that have recently infested the One River. They used to only be found further to the west, but for one reason or another, they have found their way closer to Namai. If prepared properly, they are quite delectable. However, there are far more in the river than one could ever hope to cook. No, their numbers must be controlled by other means. Please slay a few of them for me, enough to stop them from taking the whole river for their own. Oh, and should you happen to get your hands on a few of their livers, please deliver them to my husband Sentei. You would find them in the Drunken Toad to the east. Drunken Toad. More earrings. You have doubtless already taken in the paddy fields that fill Namai. We rice farmers consider our paddies as children. They certainly require as much attention. There is rarely a day we do not worry about pests or something else that might do our fields harm. If you would like to know more about life in our village, why don't you try helping us tend to our paddies? Speak with my husband, Ageta. I know he would be glad for any help he can get. Alright. So we've got ourselves a couple of quests to look after. One more down here. Let's not kill ourselves. Fukada. What do you want, Fukada? Hello there, traveler. I require your help if you have the time. While I belong to the Domin Liberation Front, I am also a proud resident of Namai and my own responsibilities to the village. I have been told to guard this ring and under no circumstances am I to leave my post. However, there is another job related to the village I need to take care of. I was hoping you might do it in my stead. Here, take this liquid and sprinkle it around the area over there. Yeah, and you have my thanks. He's just fishing away, huh? Oh my goodness. Why is there so many? A bucket of gloopy brown ooze. It sounds so appetizing. Okay. My perfect kitty. Ooh. I have not gotten all the ones I can find just yet. That one's pretty far south. No. Schmelly. Okay. Might take a detour down that way. Hey, baby. We can go down and up, but that seems unlikely. Okay. Wojo. I will never trust somebody named Tojo ever again. One more for this. And then we'll go up to the rice paddy and then we'll head down to where the river is. Down by the river. Yeah, I think I can get up through the town. Soon I will fly. Yeah, I can get up there. Because the sooner we can fly, the better. Again. You would like to help me tend my fields? That sounds fantastic to me. There aren't too many young folk left in the village, and rice farming is hard work, let me tell you. Firstly, I would have you remove the arrowheads from my fields. It is a pesky weed that inhibits the growth of rice plants. Come speak with me again once you are done. Arrowhead. I wonder, is that a real thing? Do they actually exist in rice paddies? Wait. I see you've worked up quite a sweat. Thanks for helping me. Namai is actually a local term for the arrowhead. It does make you wonder just who thought naming a village after a weed was a good idea. Next, we need to deal with any pests that are lurking in the paddies. Although it will not be your job per se, we shall use the house sparrows I have trained for the task. I keep them in this birdcage. Please set them free near my paddy fields. Huh. Once they have all flown from the cage, clap your hands. I have trained them to recognize as their signal to begin work. Oh. Let's see. That is a basket, not a cage. And then we... flap. Hiya. Thank you so much for all your help. I will not be needing to worry about pests for the time being. I've told my wife to give you some compensation for your troubles. Go on ahead and talk to her. I still have work to take care of here. We'll go talk to her in a bit. Oh, that is really far. That is where I need to go. Huh. Oop. That looks like a no-no. And then we wait and we heal a little bit. I'm almost out of bonus XP. I've been running some dungeons a little bit earlier today. Ooh. Here we go, and now we go south. Ouch. I hiccuped and it hurt. Oh no. I like their color schemes too, it's very pretty. Grandfather is looking for me, you say? But I cannot go back just yet. I'm still searching for that which was taken from me. I was minding my own business, gathering mugworts, when some nasty lupins stole them right out of my hands. Would you ask the Lupin if they would give me back my plants? You'll find them on the other side of the river. Boy. Some things are just not worth the trouble. Oh, back in the camp. I don't want to go back in the camp. Let's see if we can... There we go. Go away. There it is. Can we sneak it? This is a really big river. God. Go away. Any more? West. How do I get... How do... pull it... Okay. I saw that face and I was very scared for a moment. How far west can I go? Ooh. How glowy. North. North. Ah. Thank you. Good. Okay, so that's everything. So now we gotta go back. The lupine. Lupin? Lupine. Lupin. You would have us return some insignificant child's mugworts? Do not make me laugh. This whole area belongs to us, including any plants that may happen to be plucked by a child of man. That's not nice, boys. Ooh. Oh, okay. We're good. We're golden. Ooh. What are you? A feathered lion? I have no idea. Eesh, you're icky. Ooh. I wonder if this river is like a high tide, low tide thing, where you can only go through it at certain times of day. That'd be pretty cool. Did you get them to return my mugworts? Oh, thank you so much. I was trying to collect plants to make some medicine. I read about it in one of my grandfather's botanist books. There are so many sick people in the village. I just wanted to help. There is one more thing I need for the medicine. Waterweed. I tried to catch fish out of the river earlier with a pole, but I didn't have much luck. Could you get some for me? Waterweed. Like seaweed, but for fresh water? Oop. Oop. Too far from the shore. Alright, kiddo. This is everything. Time to go back. Did you get some waterweed? Yay! Now I have everything I need. I'll go back to Grandfather now. Thanks for your help. Sweet kid. But now that we've gotten everything, we can go turn in all these quests. And I'm hoping... Peak Sand Shack. Okay, so this will be 4 of the 5. Go away. Also go away. My grandson has at last returned. He told me all about how you helped him gather the ingredients he needed to make medicine. While I'm glad he has grown to be a kind-hearted boy, there is still much he needs to learn about discipline and manners. However, those Lupin really should know better than to steal from a mere child. Their race was once famed for being loyal vassals to some of Doma's mightiest warlords. When Doma was crushed by the Empire, some of them managed to escape, choosing to live as bandits. It pains me to see a race once so proud fall so low. Something else we have Garlemald to thank for, I suppose. Hello again. I do hope the work was not too hard on you. It's not an easy job, but the sense of satisfaction when you're able to taste the very rice you have reaped, words do not do the sensation justice. Harvest is still a long way off, but we are ready to put the work in. All we need is a little help from the weather and things will be fine. Oh my, I almost forgot. Here's your payment for today. Thanks. What's the easiest way to get to you? that's a nice little jingle. Do you have business with me, traveler? Yeah. Here. Water serpent livers. But why do you think to bring these to me? Ah, my wife put you up to it, did she? My sincerest thanks. I shall boil these and eat them shortly. Back in the days when I made my living transporting rice up and down the river, I used to slay any water serpents I saw and take them home to cook. Of course, that all stopped once the Empire blocked off the one river. It is thanks to nature and kind strangers like you that I'm able to put food on my table these days. Thank you so much. My pleasure. Wrong way. Gotta go upstream. I just won't even get to that. Or is it just broken? That's because that's not even where I need to go. I don't remember having to go upstream. I thought I needed to go down. Yes, down is in fact the right answer. Oh my god. Finished already? Fantastic. No doubt you are wondering just why that liquid smells so foul. Well, it's made of a mix of pungent ingredients. Animal innards, resin, and garlic to name but a few. It does a fantastic job of keeping the beasts at bay. One of my friends in the Alamegan Resistance taught me how to make it. Oh, and you will want to give your clothes, let us see, 3 thorough scrubbings ought to do it. Give me the chore you didn't want to do. I see how it is. Let me in. She's still admiring the broken aetherite. One second. I will not pursue her. It is for her to think on our master's words and recognize the futility of her course. Those, at least, are my thoughts upon the matter. Yours may be different. Should you wish to give chase, I will not bar your path. We each have but one life, and it is not to be spent recklessly in pursuit of our goals. I pray she realizes this soon. Is she back in town? Yes, I'm heading out, please. Because I'm lazy. I think there's He's a merchant. You're just a mender. Okay. I do not require your services. I want to sell these. 10,000. Pretty good, pretty good. Alright. Hoop. I'm making a lot of big drops. Big dropping. Burp. Did Gosetsu send you to stop me? Then you came of your own free will? I should be surprised if you agreed with my chosen course. No one else did. But it is not as fanciful as they would have you believe. Scant moments ago, I received the Crown Prince's itinerary from one of our spies in the castle. It would seem that Xenos has no desire to remain in Doma any longer than necessary. He wishes to inspect the moon gates this very eve. His impatience is to our advantage. He arrived without warning and gave Yatsuyu no time to prepare. The whole castle is in a state of upheaval. To avoid any delay, he has declined a full escort and will be traveling with no more than a handful of soldiers. The kami could not have blessed us with a more auspicious circumstances. I will kill him, Dimiko. I will. You mean we will? Or die trying. You understand the risks. Forgive me. Of course you do. Mayhap better than I. But are you sure? Thank you. Thank you. I cannot express what this means to me. We have much to discuss, but we can do so on the way. Yuzuka Manor is some distance from here. We must hurry. Yuzuka. Hello? Stay calm. No one knows you were here. No one knows you saw anything. No one knows you ever heard two rebels plotting to kill the Crown Prince. Stupid, stupid. I know how this ends, and they only have themselves to blame. You have to tell them. You have to. Are you gonna get me in trouble, kiddo? I think he's aiming to get me in trouble. When all I did was try to help him. Oh. Going all the way over there. Okay. Do-do-do-do. Oh, it's not deep enough for me to dive, huh? Well, already here, better make my peace with it. Yay! almost got the whole map. Just a little bit left over there. I've got like half the map. This is far enough. Let us discuss our plan of attack. Ooh. It's coming together, okay. Xenos' itinerary is as follows. He will depart Doma Castle by ship and approach the moon gates. The magic-decked field will be deactivated briefly, allowing his vessel to pass. It will then continue on to these very docks where he and his entourage will disembark. As you can see, this area is not ideal for an ambush. Wide open, multiple avenues of escape, the manor is better suited for our needs. Let us split up and search for suitable hiding places. I just need another hat. And weapon. You know what I could do? I could probably get a weapon through the class quest. I should probably do that. Only because it takes me a while to get here. I'm gonna finish this. And once the quests go back towards the village, then I'll go. Surrounded by walls and deserted, this location appeals to be ideal for concealment. There you are. We'll do the class quest. From the roof, we would have a clear view of the docks. It is settled. We shall lie in wait here until Xenos arrives. As discussed, if all goes to plan, he shall fall with my first blow. If not, then the two of us will have to engage him in open combat. His escort is of no consequence, which means that we will have to do a 2-on... which means that we will have a 2-to-1 advantage. Nevertheless, he is not to be underestimated. All that remains is to wait. I trust that you are ready.
He comes.
Oh Lord, he a coming. Whoosh.
The village is not far, my lord. If it please you, we shall escort you there directly.
less a province than a graveyard. The rotting husk of a broken nation devoid of proper sport. Ah, but as his radiance wishes...
Yes, of course, my lord. And may I say how terribly sorry we are that you had to come so far.
Not there because he wants to be.
We labored long to sow the seeds of hatred, of fear, to train them as beasts. Now we shall see the harvest. Let there be savage beasts baying for blood, and not hollow-eyed prey cowering in the dark. Or there will be no joy in this hunt.
That's exactly what she has done. Made them afraid. Listen to her go.
Ambush!
Shinobi? And me without my brute.
How weak you are. Is this the sum of your hate?
This is only the beginning. For Lord Kayed! For Doma!
Ah!
Mayhap I shall test this new blade of yours. Let us hope it is to my liking, lest your misfortunes compound. Then again, I am loath to expend such effort on the unworthy. Come, earn the honor.
Is that a dragon on the top of his helm? What is she doing?
All right, has put you to the proof.
Oh, he's got all his health back.
No, I must fight on. I must.
Run, beast, run!
I suppose this works well enough. He can't touch me, and then I take no damage. Oh, but I'm hardly putting a dent on him. I think this is just waiting it out until he gets bored. We'll see.
I see.
Ooh, that was down. Yeah, it's just waiting him out.
Ah, I remember you. Al Amigo, the champion of the savages.
Excuse me?
Look ye where the sun doth rise, see crimson embers darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall, see azure lost amidst the squall.
Ooh. I got him.
Oh, how right I was to spare your life.
I don't know what I did.
Hear me, hero. Endure. Survive. Live. For the rush of blood. For the time between the seconds, live. For the sole pleasure left to me in this empty, ephemeral world, live.
Oh. Down
You
again.
are not worthy.
Get away from them, you imperial dog!
No, don't. You must flee.
We're not going anywhere, do you hear me? We're not running away! What you're doing is stupid and reckless, and I never wanted any part of it, but here we are! I've spent my whole life hating myself. For every time they made me beg, for every time I held my tongue to protect the people I love. And then you came along and reminded me of all the things I never said and never did, and it was even worse. I would have given anything to forget, to walk away, but I knew I'd never be able to live with the guilt. So we came. All of us! For you! For ourselves! For Doma!
For Doma!
Death is death, regardless of the reason. Yet you seem determined to die, intruding upon this sacred ground, turning weapons you can scarcely wield upon me. Your lives will not even begin to redress the balance.
How wrong you are! Go, now! Gusetsu, see to Yugiri.
Aye.
I can't see a damn thing. Someone stop them! My lord?
Beginning of a twisted friendship. I don't think we were followed. I have no idea what was going through that man's head, but am I heartily glad he decided to leave. Oh, and don't thank us. Thank Alphino. He's at the House of the Fairest, patiently awaiting your gratitude. You should have seen the way he turned pale when he heard about Yugiri's plan and how you, of all people, had decided to help her. He was in such a panic, barking orders, calling for a squadron to be assembled, as were you. I was rather composed, as I recall, though that is neither here nor there. Issei, what you gotta say for yourself, boy? Can you believe it? We faced the Crown Prince himself and lived to tell the tale. You've no idea what this means for us. Everyone's talking about getting more weapons and armor and we're not going to stop until we've taken back our homeland. Ah, right. Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, aren't we? We've got wounded to tend to first. We should get back to the village. Wait. So close. I can almost taste it. Let me fly. Go away. There's oranges? No, those are persimmons. How are you feeling? After fighting that demon, I can only imagine. I suppose I ought to apologize to you for, you know. Anyway, thank you for not giving up on us. The shinobi, too. I'm sure it makes her over the moon to know you guys came.
How are you feeling, my lady?
Much the better for my comrades' ministrations and your most generous hospitality. You need not worry.
Good. If there is anything else we can do for the two of you, anything at all, just ask.
When did I get over there? Excuse me?
Stare any harder and you're like to burn a hole in them. Go and say your piece, for goodness sake.
I've got nothing more to say to them. I'm going to find out how the others are getting on.
Just the full face rub.
Gosetsu, Mistress Alize, I owe you an apology. I acted with reckless disregard for my own safety, and endangered I know not how many others in so doing. Scorning your wise counsel, I knowingly defied our master's wishes, and left you no choice but to follow suit.
Nonsense. I followed our master's wishes to the letter. Consider once more his words, and the intent therein. In offering his head, he but sought to shield his people from harm, loyal retainers included. You must value your life more highly, Shadow Walker.
On the other hand, your recklessness did serve as an inspiration to many. Mayhap you should not be so hard on yourself.
Yeah? Got the
In any
support of the whole
event,
village.
If you must apologize profusely, it seems only right that you expend as much effort thanking the one person who supported your plan from the first.
That it does. There are no words which will suffice. But thank you.
And there they are!
12 be praised. When I learned of your rather questionable plot to assassinate Xenos, I feared we would need to recruit a new primal slayer.
Good luck with that.
I'm sorry we couldn't be there. Alize made me swear to stay behind no matter what. I think she was worried I'd hurl myself at Xenos the moment I set eyes on him.
What? You'll forgive me for changing the subject, but now would seem a good time to discuss where we go from here. Though the Empire has yet to retaliate, the fact remains that we have revealed our presence and signaled our intentions in so doing. It is only a matter of time before the Imperials move against us. Given that we lack the strength to oppose them, 'tis plain some manner of brilliant stratagem is required. Therefore, I yield the floor to the preeminent tactician of our time, with whom I was privileged to share a womb.
The phrasing on that was a little icky.
If you insist. While in Kagane, we debated a number of approaches and were eventually forced to concede that we cannot look to the Alliance for aid. Even were it possible to ferry sufficient forces and materiel from Eorzea in a timely manner, such a massive undertaking would not long escape the attention of the Empire. It would be a miracle if our ships reached the shore. Fortunately, according to Tataru and Hancock's intelligence, the Empire has withdrawn most of its forces from Doma in the past year, leaving her relatively unguarded. That being the case, a popular uprising, spearheaded by the full might of the Doman Liberation Front, may feasibly be sufficient to threaten the seat of provincial government, namely Doma Castle. 'Twould be rather easier said than done, of course, but I have seen worse plans prevail.
Then we must needs meet with Lord Hien and convince him to return, for there is no surer way to inspire our people to rise up as one. He desired proof of his subjects' conviction, and they have provided it, through no less a deed than openly opposing Xenos himself.
It will work. It has to work. And next time, we will defeat him.
will be traveling to the Azim Steppe, Dumiko. I found Lord Hien once before. I am confident I can do so again. Moreover, it was me whom he put the question of Doma's resolve. I feel it my duty to deliver him our people's reply. Our countrymen's deeds speak for themselves. Lord Hien cannot deny the truth of their hearts. Too long has it been since I looked on his face. It would be of great comfort to see him again, and no small comfort if you were to join us in the search. I should add... I wonder what kind of man Hien is. From what I heard, he's about the same age as me. And then there's Fordola, who isn't a whole lot younger than us both. Like her, he was born and raised in an imperial province. This is all he's ever known, but unlike her, he's chosen to do something about it. I want to meet him. I want to know why. Maybe, if I understand that, that'll help me to understand a lot of other things. The beloved king returning to urge his countrymen to rise up in rebellion. Not a story you ever hear in Charlene or Ul'dah, is it? Not in those words, perhaps, but no land's people is so cynical as to be wholly immune to inspiration. Singular individuals have the power to move hearts and minds no matter where they go. Doubtless you speak from personal experience. As much as Lord Hien intrigues us, Dumiko, there are vital tasks to be attended to here. Preparations for the inevitable assault on Doma Castle, for one. There's also the matter of coordinating our efforts with the Confederacy and our comrades in Kugane. Dealing with this troublesome Aetherite, I could go on, but you understand. Aye, so it goes. We all have our responsibilities. We shall depart for the Azim Steppe at once. You will be joining us, Dumiko? Yeah. As for our part, we shall do what we can to aid the Doman Liberation Front in your absence. We will refrain from conducting any large-scale operations in your absence, and instead devote our energies to bolstering our ranks and training our new recruits. When you return, we will be ready for war. If anything happens, if you need us to come back sooner, you'd better contact us. Noble sacrifices are our last resort, remember? Follow me, my friends. We have many miles to travel before we reach Reunion. Wait, don't leave yet. Here, take these for the road. It's simple fare, but it's the least we could do for you after what you did for us. It may be stupid and naive of me to say this, but I will. When you come back, we'll finish what we started. We'll beat the Imperials and we'll win our freedoms, so don't keep us waiting too long. Madam, you're sweeping the dirt. What do you think you're going to be accomplishing? Excuse me? Hello? There she is. A thankless task, that is. Meanwhile, in the keep of Doma Castle.
I would expect no less of Bahamut's conqueror. Prepare the airship. His Radiance will not object. We have fulfilled our obligations here. I would see this prize for myself.
Ooh.
Do you understand why I appointed you to act in my stead? You, whose only accomplishment was to whisper the right words in the right ear. Because of your petty hatreds. They render you the perfect instrument to bleed your kinsman of hope. To make an example of Doma, such as was ordered. Listen well. If you yield Doma to the rebels, you will not be given another chance to beg forgiveness. Do your duty, now. Or die with the rest of them.
Are you all right, my lady? That was uncalled for. Oh!
She got so much strength she can send a man flying.
They say your Eorzean is helping the rebels. I want her dead. I want her friends dead. I want the heads of everyone she knows and loves mounted on the castle walls.
You mean I can finally go after her? I've been waiting for this chance. I promise you, my lady, she won't escape this time. Not this time, oh no.
Don't make promises you can't keep, friend. Meanwhile, in the fringes of Gir Albania. It's the boy.
Aye, this is the place. When his shade was banished, you swore to leave this life behind. And yet here you are. If this be the work of the eyes, what choice do you have but to end it? Or so the boy would say. Damn you, Alphino.
Can't help but be a good guy. Wow. If all are ready, let us depart for reunion in the Azim Steppe. Our route will be somewhat circuitous. We will need to return to the Ruby Sea and head north along the coast, past Isari. What is it? What do you want? What you want? Please do something, but I know not what. So we'll come back to those. We'll head this way, and then we'll go up. Yay. Okay. Oh, there's just one more. Which of you is it? No. I think that's to the tower. From here we will turn north until we arrive at a cave, through which we must pass in order to reach the Azim Steppe. Lee and Gosetsu have already gone ahead. We should carry on as well. Oh, it's this one. Okay. We're gonna do this real quick then. There's just so much to do. No. Okay. Tis not it. Those are closed. Ah. What a pleasure it is to see you. How might I be of service to you today? You would like to know if this flag or any of the items listed here came from one of our ships? I'm afraid I cannot help you there. Kikimo, however, might be able to tell you. She's in charge of inventories and currently stocking our ships at Pier number 1. Pier number 1. Kikimo? And who might you be? Ah, Mr. Shikami. I've heard a great deal about you. Very well, I shall take a look at your flag and list. None of these items are even remotely familiar. It is as you suspected, you have been lied to. 'Tis a shame you were the one to ask. Had it been anyone else, it would have been an easy thing to claim the ship and its good as our own. Many of the items listed here are worth their weight in gold and then some. With this, those men could have easily paid the tithe several times over. Such luxurious items can be rather hard to come by, so do let me know if your friends are looking to sell any of these. We would be more than happy to find a buyer for them. Nice. Omoroko. Almost there. Tikikage. You are returned. Very good. Now if you'd be so kind as to give the flag and list back to me. Take it. It was as we suspected then. In light of Mr. Kikimo's proposal, however, not even their evident guilt can sour my mood. Indeed, this is fantastic news, sir. It is everything we had hoped for and more. While certainly promising, we are not yet out of the woods. Mr. Shikami, I trust we can rely on your continued support. I have a feeling we will be needing it. Yay! So you can fly about here, which is good. Ah, there you are. This is the cave. After you, Tsumiko. Are you just standing guard, or...? She's always so excitable. Oh, I thought that tail was an extra leg.
Vast and endless. The Azim Steppe, home to countless roaming tribes. A sacred land, watched over by elder gods. Here, we would find Doma's salvation. With the wind at our backs, we walked on, in search of hope, in search of him.
Him. Capital H-I-M. Himalayan. Those are the only parts that I remember. Timbuktu. I give you the Azim Steppe, Tsumiko, though I should say that this is but one small portion of it. Despite the close proximity, Domans rarely venture this far north. Most find these lands and their people strange and foreign. Fortunately, those who frequent Reunion are more welcoming than most. Come, it is not much further. Asteri warrior. May as well when it's right there. Welcome to Reunion, my friends. Here is where we will begin our search for Lord Ian. When last I spoke with Lord Ian, he said he spent much time in these markets. I had hoped we might find him here today, but alas. Hey, Yugiri, I've been meaning to ask. There are an awful lot of Zayla here. Oh, I assumed you knew. The Azim Steppe has been home to the nomadic tribes of the Zayla since antiquity. More than 50 roam these lands, and though they do not constitute a nation, there is a hierarchy of sorts determined through ritual combat. Funny, if they're so busy fighting each other, you'd think the Empire would be able to march in and take the steppe with ease. I wonder why they haven't. Why indeed, Lise? Why indeed? Perhaps they see little value in it, especially given the fierce reputation of the Zayla warriors who would fight tooth and nail to oppose them. These lands were not made for men. The soil is thin and the weather unforgiving. The Zayla found ways to survive, it is true, but they are made of sterner stuff than most Imperials, conscript or citizen. Thanks for taking the time to explain. Sounds like I've got a lot to learn. Later, I mean. We're looking for Lord Ian. People from many tribes gather in Reunion to trade goods and information. I should be surprised if we cannot learn something of value here. Let us make our inquiry separately. Dimiko, why don't you speak with some of the merchants here? You got it. Chambui. Booze, fresh booze. Your choice of lamb or zo. Guaranteed to satisfy. How many will you have, miss? Eh? A doman? Unless another Dazkar is keeping him in her yurt, he is not here. More fool her if she took a doman for a husband. But enough about domans, let us speak of booze instead. You cannot come to the Azim Steppe and not sample this most traditional of delicacies. Yes, sweetie. What fortune you have to come hither at this time? Freshly slaughtered, every cut available on request, organs too, hearts, livers, brains, or a brace of blood sausages if you desire only a snack. A doman? For meat they make domans? Digest. I did see a young mole in the company of some a few days ago. I do. Roasted fish with pumpkin, an exotic foreign delicacy, cooked to perfection, beloved without the step. Come. You seek domans? Then you are come to the wrong place, my friend. Delicious as my foodstuffs are, they find a little favor with those from the south. Now, if it were Goro you were looking for, on the other hand, then I might be able to help you. They flock to my stall. Oh wait, I must touch the crystal. Touch the crystal. Crystal has been touched. I have brought you a new brush, my beloved. So smooth and silky your mane shall be, the envy of every other man. Say again? You are seeking who? Ah, the doman. I know of whom you speak. He comes and goes with a mole girl. Though I could not describe her, I only know that she is mole because I heard them talking as they passed. Use your keyboard to enter the phrase that contains mole and ask the Zayla in Reunion if they are of the mole tribe. I need to say... Well, I am Aura, if you must know. Come down from the mountains in the north, if there's nothing else. Okay. You take me for a mole? I am Oronir. Compare me not with the one so weak and lowly. No thank you. Thanks but no thanks. Mole? Yes, I am Mole. My name is Serena. How may I help you? Oh, I see. You are looking for Hian. In that case, how urgent this business must be to leave our conversation unfinished. The Kinsai, will you buy it? There is but one bundle left. If not, then... I will. Though I had not thought to pay so high a price. It is a bargain for which we should be grateful. If you lack the coin, then the fault is not your own, and you will leave with nothing. Please, I must have the Kinsai. The gods themselves requested it. We are bound to their will. Pay me the difference in whisper root. I will sell it to the next apothecary to pass the reunion, and we will each feel fairly treated. But do not tarry. Should another come before you, coin in hand, I will not refuse him. I understand. Thank you for this kindness. I am sorry, but we must speak of Hien later. I cannot leave reunion without that Kinsai. Ooh, this I will take. Well, hello, welcome back. Thank you, thank you. How's it been going? I've been doing good. We're staying on task. We're keeping to the straight and narrow here. I don't like the tops of them, but those aren't half bad. You want to help me? Is that it? I do not know what to say. Thank you, Tomiko, thank you. The lumbering ones we must fell wander the plains to the west of Reunion. If we each harvest 2, then we should have enough whisper root. Return here when you have finished. Good luck. Northwest. I am going southwest. That is okay. Oh. He is big. But how goes things for you? Well, I hope. I know. I really want to get all of my class quests up to date, but I'm trying really hard to stay focused, stay on task, but it's just like, but hey, you have a dozen plus class quests to do because you've been good and you've been grinding things off screen. There are plenty to do. Yes. I probably should. I've got all of my tank ones to do. I've got a couple DPS to do. And then I've also gotten all of my crafting classes up, and I didn't even realize, but I haven't done a single one of the culinarian quests. So that was big surprise. So I figure I do a couple of hours of story stuff and then I would go and focus. Thank you. I haven't run into anything that's particularly pressing. I don't have any questy things or dungeons or whatever to do right now, but I'll let you know. Have you brought the whisper root? Got you. Blessed is he who shows kindness to strangers, for with fortune does he ever ride. Will this quantity suffice? It shall. The king's eye is yours. The gods favor you more than you know, child. Udgan rarely have need of such herbs, and so my stock is limited. Had you come a day earlier or later, I would have none for you. Perhaps the gods guided me here as they guided grandmother, as they guided this woman from the west.
Hey! How goes the search? Any luck?
You wouldn't believe who I've met.
What fortune to meet a friend of the young master!
Well met, Cyrena. If you have an inkling as to the current whereabouts of Lord Hien, we should be most grateful for your assistance.
Oh, please! It is I who should be grateful.
Hold! What is this? I came first, you second! Know you to whom you speak? All people of the steppe should. Or have you fought so much that you have forgotten the face of your superiors? Superiors? I spit on your superiority, little prince! Twisted and mad as sand devils your kind are!
Those two don't seem to like each other very much. Those boys are of the Oranir and Othard, the two strongest tribes. The children of Azim are destined to rule, so they declare to all who will listen. Their word is law, for now. Grand, flamboyant fighters, but deadly, very deadly. He prances as a horse, as do his brothers after their many recent victories. The Undying ones too are strong, fearless, and vicious. They often reigned in the past. Now they are sorely tested.
I think he's a little angry.
Ah, the master of the markets. He is Castir. To fight in reunion is forbidden, and to break the peace is to be banished forever. This he says without words, for words are lies to the Castir. They do not speak.
That's interesting. And all these different tribes share the same lands, do they? No wonder it's tense.
I shall look for you on the field at the Nardum. Mark my words! As shall I. Mayhap I shall take 11 more Dothar heads to make a dozen with yours. I look forward to the day.
So the last
The dispute will be settled at the Nardum?
A great battle held on the final day of the Sahan San. During this time, all bonds of hierarchy are broken. All Zayla are equal and free to prepare for the fight. The tribe which triumphs in the Nardum rules until the next Sahan San, which in these lands is now.
Ah, so that is what they call the custom. I presume your tribe will also be taking part?
Not all seek the Dawn Throne. Some are satisfied with their lot. Others, like the Castir, have reason to remain neutral. Them all are lambs among wolves. Long were we content to remain apart and live quietly, but... Never mind that. You see Kien, yes? I know where he may be.
So concerned. And very pink. Long ago, my grandmother, having received a vision from the gods, bade me go forth into the southern mountains. It was there that I found Hien, nearer death from many wounds. I brought him to our village, and there we nursed him back to health. Afterwards, he chose to remain, that he might repay us for our kindness. Doman set much store by honor and shame, so at first I did not question it. Excuse me, if I could see your map for a moment? Here, he has grown fond of this place. It affords him a view of the markets and the steppe. I would accompany you, but I must return to our village to prepare my grandmother's meal. Thank you again for your assistance. A long-awaited reunion is at hand. Come, my friends, let us go and greet our lord and master. And in unison they turn. How does one... I must up. And so he
The Kami are merciful! My lord Hien, I see you are alive and well.
Ah, you are come sooner than expected. So, my blade or my head? Which would you have of me?
The people of Yansha remain loyal to Doma. I have seen the fire in their eyes. They are ready to rise up and fight. The time is ripe, my lord. Return with us, blade in hand, and lead Doma to freedom.
Naught less than liberty will suffice, then. A pity. It will prove far more difficult to deliver than my head. But if my people wish to pursue an impossible dream, then who am I to deny them? You, Giri, Goasetsu, and,
The scions of the Seventh Dawn, my lord. Good and true friends who opened their hearts and homes to us when we fled to Eorzea. Far across the sea they have journeyed to stand with us in the fight for Doman liberation. To oppose the Empire, as they have in the West, where they are lauded as heroes for their many deeds.
Say no more, Yogiri. Say no more. I observed how you helped Cyrena, to whom I am deeply indebted. For that and for the aid you provided my people, you have my deepest gratitude. There is no doubting your strength nor your character. It would be my honor to fight by your side. So, what of Doma? Arise, my friends, and tell me of our home. I have made my decision. You, Giddy, I bid you return to Yanxia and take charge of our forces in preparation for my homecoming. As for our esteemed guests, I would ask that you remain here with me. I sense you will be a great help in the coming days.
Your will is my command, my lord, but how much longer do you intend to stay?
Oh, only until I have won the contest? I mean to return at the head of a Zayla army.
You mean to participate in the Narden?
Have you a better idea? Consider how soundly we were defeated before. The Imperials may have since grown weaker, but we are weaker still. It would be folly to challenge them without first supplementing our forces, so yes, I intend to win the Narden and enlist the aid of every able-bodied Zayla I can. Furthermore, by championing the Mole in the contest, I can at last repay their kindness. Lest you forget they saved me from certain death, and a man who suffers such debts to go unpaid is without honor and unfit to lead.
True.
Just so, just so. Our lord has spoken, you giddy. But take heart. I shall keep him safe. And should it come to it, bring him back by force.
This is no laughing matter, Gosetsu. But if these are my orders, very well. Once more, I place my faith in you. Pray look after them both.
You got it.
Looks like it's up to us then. Though it does seem a bit risky. Isn't Hien meant to be the next king of Doma or something?
So they say. Though in truth I am but a pale reflection of my late father. All the more reason to entreat your assistance. For ours is an impossible dream. To set in motion a revolution that will rattle the very firmament and shake off the yoke of the most powerful empire in the world.
Hear, hear. Little by little baby steps. Tsumiko Shikami, was it? Once again, allow me to thank you for your many deeds in service to Doma. For 25 years did my father rule in name only. My rule, if one would deign to call it that, has been naught in comparison. That changes now. We have a purpose and a plan, and after we take to the battlefield together, we will have victory as well. But you are a practical woman, I can tell, disinclined to trust in words when actions speak truer. I can relate. So, you too have heard of the Naldam? The great battle for supremacy of the steppe. I learned of it during my stay with the mole. To my knowledge, no foreigners have ever participated, much less triumphed in the Naldam. But lack of precedent notwithstanding, I should think we would have good standing to bid them march with us to Doma, should we win. Will they even permit us to fight, my lord? We belong to no tribe of the steppe. We are not without options, given what Serena has told me. You see, in accordance with the god's wishes, her people shall participate in the coming Nadam. And when they take to the field, I mean for us to fight alongside them as fellow warriors of the mole. But we need not discuss this at length here. Come, let us head north to Mole Elo, where Serena and her people have made camp for this season. I am a ghost. He walked right through me. Oops. I made it. I live. I don't want to go west. I want to go north. That is a marble. Purple. Purple. I say purple. But purple. I wonder, are the little purple things their eyeballs, or are they like flower, what are they, stigma? Wait, oops. Oh wait. Hee. I skipped right past Ian. Took the shortcut down the road. Hey, sorry about that. I got a little excited. A little ahead of myself. My friends, I give you Mol Elo. The Khatun of the tribe, Temulun, resides in the largest yurt. We should go and make our introductions. Oop. At last the traveler comes. Sorry, were you expecting me?
Tamarun Hatun, Serena, I am returned.
Ah, you found each other.
Ours is the soil, Hien. The Domans, and the Eorzeans too.
You know us?
The gods know you, child. As do the stars in the heavens, which shone bright at your coming.
I am a star.
The Mole hearken to the whispers of the elder gods, which guide us in our daily lives. We know them through the Utun, like my grandmother.
Hatun, I am come to beg a boon of you and yours. That I might liberate my homeland, I seek to rally the strength of the steppe. To that end, I wish to fight in the Nardum, as a warrior of the Mall. Will you grant me this honor?
To stand with the Mole is fruitless. Hien, do not do this. The gods may have willed that our tribe join in the Nardum, but there is no path to victory. We are weak and our numbers few. Even with your help, it would be impossible.
I thank you for your concern, Serena. But it is precisely because of the seeming hopelessness of your cause that we must needs cast our lot with you. Were we to join hands with a more favored tribe, our victory would inevitably be attributed to them, and no one would follow me to Doma.
"'Twas the gods' will that we fight. Mayhap this too is their design. Hear me then. As Hartoon of the Mall, I invite you all to join with us in the Nardum. Will you look after them?
Come with me, friends. There is much I would show you.
You... wait. I would have words. A singular radiance, shimmering, like a jewel of the Dusk Mother, blinding in its brilliance.
Talking about me?
Stars flicker and flock to you. Before such gathered light, even the secrets of the gods may be laid bare.
Well.
Some are fated to rise in grace and glory. Others to falter and fade, though not from memory. Both will be your strength and salvation come the end. Cherish the stars and the light they bring you in the dark, for you are a traveler, are you not?
Granny got some wisdom that don't quite make sense. But I'll take it. Thank you all for coming, and for offering to fight with us in the Nadam. Though I still fear our chances grim, I am grateful for your assistance. To be recognized as warriors of the mold, there's a trial you must overcome. But before we speak of such things, there is another, more pressing matter. What could possibly be more pressing? Oh, that's actually kind of cute. My friends, I must warn you, the path upon which you embark is fraught with peril. You will journey unto the far reaches of the steppe to confront a terrible foe, as did the warrior Bardam in days of yore. 3 days he battled the demon ere he returned to his people. So it is written, so it must be. Many who follow in his footsteps perish, lacking in strength of body and mind. Therefore, we must treat you to a great feast. Have I said something strange? The hungry fox starves staring at a bull's testicles, therefore warriors should be well fed on the eve of battle. That is quite the saying. She does have a point. I have been keeping busy in my absence. A brief repast may be in order, lest we collapse of fatigue and malnourishment in the midst of our trial. Yes, just so. However, it will take some time to prepare. Is there anything we can do to help? It might also give us a chance to learn more about your people and their ways. Well, if you insist, I am sure that the others would be glad of your assistance. Would you go and speak with Dorbe, please? Who's Dorbe? As for you three, you can help me with another task. For today's feast, the gods decreed that we lure Gulo Gulo to slaughter with entrails. Perhaps you could be the ones to do this? That your people look to gods for guidance, I understand, but in your daily meals? I say your grandmother must be quite busy. Some days more than others, but every night we come together around the cook fire. Even babes must learn to must earn their keep on the step. Give over the entrails, Serena. We will bring you a bounty of meat. A bounty of meat it shall be. A word of advice. Our quarries want to avoid the Zayla and their settlements, but is fond of flowing waters. A thought occurs to me. How about we make a game of it, Simiko? I have 6 bags of entrails with which we may lure our Gulo Gulo. 3 for you and 3 for me. Whoever returns with the greater portion shall be declared the winner. What say you? I accept. Then it's settled. Gosetsu will stand as witness. Let the game begin. Mata mata. Oh. Oh, they're supposed to be by the water. I picked the wrong spot. Okay, let's see. I don't think they would be up here. Let's check down this way. Yeah. This will definitely at least be one. Ooh. And then we go up. I'll take that. Thank you. I'm not vibing that one. Let's do this one up here. Yeah. Okay. That was 2 of 3. I got, I think, 5 bits of meat. I should have known this one wouldn't have been one. It's way too close to the village. Have you used all your bait? In that case, let us see the fruits of your labor. Oh, it would seem that, at the very least, you are the faster hunter. But speed is not everything. For my part, I slew 6 gulo. Yeah, I failed. That you have, my lord? As for Sumiko, the meat of 5 was all she could muster. The day is yours, my lord, but only by a touch. Oh, there you have it. I shall try not to let it go to my head. I know better than to expect the hawk to show her talons on a whim. Nay, when the time comes, I expect you will prove yourself more than my match. And with that, our game is concluded. Let us return to Ilo forthwith, and let us have Sumiko present our meat to Serena. Mayhap you are unfamiliar with traditional Zayla cuisine. Let not its appearance deceive you. It is quite hearty and nourishing. Were it not so, I doubt they could have nursed me back to health. You should have seen the state I was in. Hey, I have the goods. You have returned, Sumiko. How was your hunt? Take it. My word, this is impressive. Or were you so hungry that you felt the need to kill so many? Well, I shall endeavor not to disappoint you all with my cooking. I like the way it looks. Oh. be a little while before the meal is ready. If you and Lise wish to fill the time, perhaps you could assist Dorbe? He has many responsibilities and would welcome your help. Nor would you regret making his acquaintance, for he is liked and respected by all. You may find him by the other yurt, taking stock of our supplies. Dorbe! Ah, one of the newcomers. Welcome. I spoke with Lise. I bade her help the children gather fuel for the cook fires. I trust it will be a good experience for all. For you too, perhaps. Seek them in the south across the bridge. Wow. Across the bridge. Ah, Sumiko, are you here to help too? Great, so I suppose Dorbe told you that the children and I are gathering fuel for the fires, did he? It'll need to be dried before they can burn it, of course. You do understand what we're looking for, right? Only some people can be a bit squeamish about this sort of stuff. Then again, you've never minded getting your hands dirty, have you? Anyway, we're trying to get 4 piles each. Good luck, and keep an eye on the children while you're at it, eh? Is it poop? Yes, it is. We're looking for poop. A fuzzy pile of poop. I wish to go. How do you do? Oh. What about you? Traveler, I will not lose to you. I shall fill 3 times as much dung as you, at least. Big dreams, kiddo. I will not stop you. You are Lisa's friend? Are you here to help us too? You're just kind of lounging, my friend. I cannot seem to find any dung here. Maybe somewhere else? No, Bubble, no. You don't taste good. Thank you. Well, have you found your share yet? I think so. Good work. I hope you took the time to talk to the children while you were at it. Lise, look how much dung we have. Wow, I'm impressed. I thought we'd gather a lot, but looks like we'll have to admit defeat. Dorbe will be happy we found enough. Not just Dorbe. Now I can continue making cheese. Not that I was worried. It was easier when we were living near the forest, but dung works just as well as wood. I heard the mole move from place to place. Let the gods tell you where to go. That must be hard on you all. Hard? I do not understand. Why is it hard? It is better for the animals to move, to have more food to eat and land to roam. To stay in one place is harder, no? From the heavens comes the rain, which nourishes the soil. From the soil comes the grass, which nourishes the beast. From the beast comes the flesh, which nourishes the sailor. Ours is the soil of one and all. But you Westerners are like the Domans. You live in the same place, in villages. And all the villages in one place are part of a nation, yes? Hien talks about nations sometimes. When he was injured, he spoke of Doma in his sleep, but I did not understand his words. When I ask him about Doma, he just smiles and looks to the south. It reminds me of my mother when she waits for my father to return from a long journey. But Hien will not wait any longer, will he? Because you came for him, to take him back. Because his nation is more important. I'm not sure how to answer this. A nation is a place, I suppose. A place and the people in it. And maybe the things, too. But more than that, it's the history, the traditions, the words, the stories we tell ourselves and our children. Everything that came before and everything that comes after. The place we were born is part of who we are. We carry it with us no matter where we go. Whoever, whatever we become, that part remains. That link to our fathers and their fathers before them. It's not important to everyone, I suppose, and that's fine. But it's important to Hien and to me. Some call them all fools for listening to the Elder Gods, but it is our way, our pride, our nation? Something like that. It's something precious that you and others share, and that no one can ever take from you. But we can talk more about it later. It's time to go home. Dorbe is waiting. I'll stay with the children. Why not go and let Serena know how we got on? That's kind of sweet. I couldn't even begin to process what it would be like to be a nomad. Welcome back, Timiko. Did you speak with Dorbe? Well, then you will forgive me if I ask you to wash your hands. I shall pour you a cup of milk tea in the meantime. The meal is almost ready, so we should summon Hien and go setsu. She is conked out. Snoozing.
She needed the rest. To come so far and carry so much. Hien and his friend, too. Strange that they should vanish so soon.
Oh, they're sparring.
Not troubled by your old wounds, I see.
Nor you by yours. I know I should have fled with the others after Father died, instead of blindly fighting on. It was reckless and foolish, and there was naught to be gained from it. Everything to lose, rather.
We know no path save the one we walk. I myself am in no hurry to meet those who have gone before. Not while I have still to make amends.
Well said.
You are none the worse for your time in the wilderness. On the contrary, I would say you have improved.
Come now, your victories still far exceed mine. Or have you forgotten all the times you trounced me as a boy?
I feared I would not see you again.
A life so fortuitously saved should be spent wisely. Without regret, would I have traded it for our people's amnesty, had it been their will. Instead, they have called for the sword, and so that is what I must be. Until this blade is broken, I can but carve a path forward. Were you truly so concerned for my well-being? You never showed it when we used to spar.
How you cried when you lost, and when your mother tried to comfort you, and when you inevitably came at me once more, swinging your wooden sword wildly. Vina's little Master Shun. What a fine young man you've become.
A man should not be addressed by his childhood name. I've told you about that before. The mask slips. And I was so close to cultivating a winning persona.
There will be opportunity enough for putting on airs after you have returned in triumph to Doma. Now is the time to show our true character.
Should I tease him? I tease him.
Yes, yes. 'Tis a name my parents gave me as a child, but I should like to think I have long since outgrown it. But
But
as
it's a
you
cute
seem
name.
determined to bring it back into use, I believe a match is in order. If I win, you will be honor-bound to divulge one of your darkest secrets.
Oh. What kind of secrets do I have? Who can say? Well, my friends, I for one am full of vim and vigor. I trust you feel the same. Then what better time than now to undertake our trial and become full-fledged warriors of them all? so far from the brass knuckles we have come. What even are those? Now then, Cyrena, if you would tell us of the trial we must undertake that we might participate in the Nodon. Yes. As I mentioned before, to be recognized as warriors of the steppe, one must follow in the footsteps of the legendary warrior Bardam. He embarked on a great pilgrimage, eschewing cart and horse, and walked for many miles until he came to a holy place, thereafter named Bardam's Meadow. There, at the altar, as he did, you must pray. The altar lies deep within the breeding grounds of the Yol. To complete your trial, you must tame one. Only then will your trial be complete. Fair enough. And where is the entrance to Bardam's Meadow? You must journey far, far to the west, beyond the Chakazo, where lie the bones of the great and wise woman. Beyond the ruins of Sail Ann, hidden within the mountains in a narrow path. Follow it and you will come to Bardam's Meadow. Sounds to me like it'll be a trial just getting to the trial. More than you may know. On the eve of the Nodam, many strive to improve their fortunes, some by abducting and enslaving the warriors of other tribes. Be ever mindful of your surroundings, lest you be taken as well. What grim expressions you wear while nodding so powerfully. Warriors such as you are not like to fall en route to a mere rite of passage. We shall proceed with all due caution, yes, but let us not worry overmuch. We will overcome this trial, and the next, until we stand triumphant. That is all there is to it, no? With me, my friends, to the west, to Bardam's Meadow. Oh, wait, Hien! Oh dear, I knew I would forget. Here, take these whistles. Once tamed, your Yol will hearken to their call. Thanks. We'll try them out once we finish the trial. Let's catch up to Hien and Gosetsu. Okay. But we're gonna pause main story stuff for a hot second. And we're gonna do some class quest stuff. I am a fair bit overdue. Assist us. Oh, right. I am level 80 now. So I can grab the last of the classes. And you're an adventurer, yes? There's a spot of bother over at the Weavers Guild, and we could use a hand sorting it out. We received an order for a full ensemble, but now that the work's been completed, the client refuses to pay. Mind you, I had my suspicions from the start. He called himself a viper of all things. In my experience, people who name themselves after snakes are not to be trusted. In any case, he carries a pair of swords on his back, and I hate to think what would happen if we started wielding them in anger. Could you head over to the guild and smooth things over? That was a nice little sound. So we have the Weaver's Guild, and then I guess we'll do this first. So-called Viper. Excuse me, sir. Good day to you, stranger. I was hoping I might make the acquaintance of someone a bit rougher around the edges. Someone who's seen her fair share of action. Could you tell me what prey is worth hunting in these parts? Have you any idea what he's talking about? I took no issue with fulfilling his order, but now that it's time for him to pay, it's as though we're talking at cross purposes. Likewise, I don't understand why this fellow's being so difficult. All I'm asking for is the outfit I ordered and the name of some critters worth killing. Maybe I ought to explain something from the beginning. I'm from Torah, a big old continent on the other side of the salt west of here. Some of the ship's crew called it the New World, but there ain't nothing new about it, no ma'am. There you'll find my village, home to the ancient dart of the Viper. Our duty is to hunt ferocious beasts that endanger the lives of innocent folk. In fact, that's what brought me here. Thing is, all that fighting and long days on the road ain't been too kind to my gear. Reckoned it was high time I got me a new getup, bespoke and all. Fascinating, I'm sure, but why do you refuse to pay for your order? Why are you so insistent that I choose my prey? 'Cause how else am I supposed to pay you? Do us a favor and we'll hunt down any beast you want. That's the code. How we Vipers do business. Weavers prefer more conventional forms of payment. That's so. So you're saying they want something else instead? Payment commensurate with the skill and materials required, in gil preferably. Well, didn't see that one coming. Guess that explains our little misunderstanding. But surely your countrymen trade in some sort of currency, yes? Or are you Vipers so far removed from society as to be unaware of such concepts? Of course we know what money is. We ain't no bumpkins. But, when it comes to requesting goods and services, I usually rely on the elders to deal with artisans and the like, which is to say I ain't in the habit of carrying significant sums. So be it. If your only form of repayment is a slaying of beasts, that shall have to do. As it happens, one of my colleagues in eastern Thanalan reports that merchants carrying our supplies were attacked by a wild fiend. What's more, the creature is a species of many-headed scalekin, never before seen in this region. It is rumored to have escaped from the Colosseum and has been running rampant ever since. Scaly? Lot of heads? Alright, you got yourself a deal. Deal? Considering the guild has already fulfilled its end of the bargain, you should count yourself lucky. Still, I'd hate for anything to go awry with this at this juncture. Might I ask a favor of you, friend? I'd like you to accompany him and ensure that he attends to the creature as agreed. Besides, I dare say seeing a so-called Viper at work will be an enlightening experience. The name's Keshqua. Pleasure to meet you. The creature was last seen near Camp Drybone, so I advise you begin there. Alright. We'll go there in a second. We have a dance to perform. Well, if it isn't my star pupil, you couldn't have come at a better time. A messenger just arrived. It would appear that Master Gigi Ruju has received a response from his friends in the Sultanate. As for the details, he would deliver them to us in person. Why don't you go on ahead up to his villa? I shall fetch Rana and be along shortly. Well then. Well, if it isn't my second favorite dancer. Good news, my girl. Thanks to the highest recommendations of yours truly, my friends at the Syndicate would be more than happy to host one of your performances in Ul'dah. You have our deepest gratitude, Master Gigi Ruju. Truly, your generosity knows no bounds. Think nothing of it. Your performance gave me a thrill I'll not soon forget, and while I'd love nothing more than to keep you all to my own, I'd be remiss if I didn't share my most remarkable discovery with the rest of the realm. That goes for you in particular, my lovely Rana. You may be a bit rough around the edges, but that just adds to your untamed, dare I say, feral allure. Nothing would make me happier than to go down in history as the man who introduced your beauty to Eorzea. Oh, Master Gigi Ruju, you're making me blush. I'll take me. I simply can't bear the thought that you've performed on my stage for the last time. You'll grace me with one final farewell performance, won't you? Surely after all I've done for you. Our apologies, Master Gigi Ruju, but we must not keep our audience in the Sultanate waiting. After all, this is but the second stop on our journey, a journey we must see through to the end. And besides, while your words do Rana and all of us a great honor, I would remind you that the girl is still an apprentice. Excess praise can lead to overconfidence, overconfidence to carelessness, and carelessness to an untimely fall. Do you hear me, Rana? No matter what glowing words your admirers may heap upon you, remember that your journey as a dancer has only just begun. Keep your feet firmly planted on the ground lest you stumble on the road to achieving your full potential. Oh, but of course. And yet, it's truly inspiring to have such a devoted fan, is it not? Why, it helps me appreciate just how much I've blossomed as a dancer in such a short time. I do not mean to make light of your achievements. I ask only that you stay focused on the task at hand. Continue to hone your craft and not let yourself get swept away by unchecked emotion. And with that, we would be taking our leave. Master Gigi Ruju, we thank you for your patronage and hospitality. When our business in Eorzea is done, we will return to fully express our gratitude. You need not feel compelled to travel with the troop, Timiko. I trust that you have matters of your own that you would attend to along the way. We shall await you in Ul'dah. Back to Ul'dah. So this is Ul'dah, Jewel of the Desert. But we're not here to see the sights, no. We must decide upon a suitable venue for our next performance. As a matter of fact, I already have an idea. I was thinking we might put on a show in Stone's Throw, a settlement outside of town said to be home of the poor and downtrodden. Are you sure of this, Mr. Snashmira? I agree that the art should be enjoyed by the lowborn as well as the high, but is some glorified shantytown truly the best place for us to find an audience here? I would have it no other way. Now listen to me, Tsumiko, and listen carefully. You will recall that I told you that our creek stones is the unique power to clear hearts and minds of worries and lift the spirits of all who behold it. Put another way, bringing joy and succor to the scorned and the suffering is no less than our calling in life. In Limsa as well, our audience include many who are down on their luck, and yet it did not seem those troubles weighed so heavily in their hearts. Mayhap this is a remnant of their pirate heritage, a flagon of ale in hand and a song on their lips, and all their cares fade away. Ul'dah is different. Here I feel the scars of the calamity run deeper, particularly among those who lack the coin needed to rebuild their lives to their satisfaction. Stone's Throw it will be. I can think of no place more in need of what we offer. You there! Halt! Halt, I say! You're the dancing troupe that's come at the invitation of the Syndicate, yes? On the authority of the Brass Blades, we command you to desist at once. Fear not, you have done naught wrong. It's just, well, Stone's Throw's not safe for visitors these days, you see. A group of real rabble-rousers have been causing trouble of late. You know how it is. Protests, riot, and all sorts of unpleasant business. Of course, their anger's targeted directly at Ul'dah's upper crust. Like as not, they'd leave you a troupe of performers. Still, the Syndicate cannot accept the risk of its honored guests suffering so untimely injury, or worse. We appreciate your concern, but I can assure you that it is wholly unnecessary. All members of my troupe are well trained in the art of self-defense. We are more than capable of taking care of ourselves. That's right. Besides, healing suffering and strife across the realm is precisely the reason we've come here. Whatever sort of struggle your people face, why not let us look into the matter and see if we can't resolve it? It is a gracious offer, but no. Keeping the peace is our sworn duty, and one we cannot simply impose on guests. Besides, we are trained soldiers, and you are not for your own safety. You should take your leave of this place at once. I'm more than just a dancer, you know. An adventurer? And one who knows her way around Ul'dah, you say? Perhaps you are fit to investigate the matter after all. Very well then, you and your friends may carry on. Just promise that you won't go looking for trouble, huh? Sticking his nose where it don't belong. Mistress Nashmira. Nashmira. Leave this to me. I'll dance up a storm for those poor folks, calm their hearts, and put an end to any riots or uprisings. I admire your spirit, Rana, and yet I cannot shake the sense of great danger does indeed lurk here. You may go, but only if Tsumiko accompanies you, and you must promise that you will not leave her side. Alright, the more the merrier, don't you agree, Tsumiko? Let's make for Stone's Throw. I'll race you there. It's not exactly a racing pace. Oh, there you are. Let's get started, shall we? Our first task is to figure out just who's behind these riots. Why don't we split up, ask around, and see what turns up? Don't tell me you're worried about that silly promise I made to Mistress Nashmiria. Come now, Timiko. Clearly she worries overmuch. You saw me on the stage. Do I look like someone who can't take care of herself? Now let's see what the townspeople can tell us. Meet you back here when we're both done, alright? Oh dear. Riots? Aye, there's been some trouble here of late. Won't catch me dead getting myself involved. Whoever's behind it all, wish he'd just bugger off and give us some peace and quiet for once. Of course, that doesn't stop those brass blades from glaring at me askance every time they come through the neighborhood. Not that I can blame them, I suppose. Rumor has it that the true culprit's an expert in throwing the authorities off his trail. Looking for some rabble-rousing rioter, you say? I might know a thing or two. What's it to you? None of us here in Stone's Throw have much love for the rich. This much is true. Still, it was until lately when someone started talking about actually giving them their due. Though they were just talking big, but lately it seems they've been putting their plot into action. Hey, you there. You're friends with that Mikote girl, the one with the fancy dress? She was asking around about the riots, you know? Well, you would believe I actually saw her talking to one of the blackguards responsible for it all? The last thing I saw, he was leading her away somewhere. I'd go after her if I were you. Well, I wouldn't. Never had the nerve for that sort of thing. I reckon you should, before the poor thing comes to harm. There we go. Oh, Tsumiko, you really saved my skin. This man told me he'd take me to the rioters' hideout. He led me here and then... Well, to be honest, I'm still unsure entirely what I witnessed. It was the strangest thing. As soon as he brought me here, his body began to sway and spin in the strangest way. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was dancing. But we can talk about that when we're back in safer environs. I should probably summon the brass blades and file an official report. Meanwhile, could you return to the city and let Mistress Nashmiria know that I'm alright and tell her I'm sorry for breaking my word. As you wish. I see. I had a feeling this would happen. Do not blame yourself, Timiko. You are not her keeper. I will deal with the girl myself when she returns. That said, I am curious. What can you tell me of this strange dance she says her would-be captors were performing? Good news, friends. Thanks to your effort, we have apprehended the firebrand. These should return to Stone's Throw for now, at least until the next rabble-rouser decides to fan the flames. Still, there is one part of the story that does not sit well with me. The girl here claims she saw her captors dancing, but those we took into custody swear the last man they remember is no such thing. Swear to the last man. They deny that they were dancing. But why ever would they feel the need to lie about something so innocuous when already convicted for a far more heinous crime? It is not precisely a lie. You see, from here the tale gets even stranger. They claim to have a vague recollection of their bodies moving, but insist that they had absolutely no intention of doing so. They went on to say that they couldn't even remember where or why they came up with the idea to riot in the first place. On the contrary, they seemed almost relieved, just as if some evil spirit had been banished from them. Potentially. Sounds like our friends have been partaking in a particularly unstable and unsavory alchemical concoction. But at any rate, the Blast Raids will be taking over the investigation from here. Thank you for your assistance, and please carry on with the preparations for your performance with our blessing. I'm sorry, Mistress Nashmeira. I should have stayed with Zumiko, like you said. Together, I'm sure we could have worked things out peacefully. In the end, I was not able to dance even a single step. Just as the Kriegstones can enthrall and inspire, so can it serve us in battle. A true dancer must be prepared for both possibilities at all times. Tsumiko was able to display her skills as a dancer in battle today, and I suspect it is for that very reason that your would-be captors... But never mind that. Rena, you disappoint me. It is not a lack of dancing prowess that led you to your failure today. No, it was the overconfidence that led you to stray from your partner's side. When Troop Falsium dances, we dance as one. We dance to stir the hearts and lift spirits, not merely to show off our skills, that our admirers might shower us with empty praise. I thought you understood this, but it is clear you still have much to learn. I am sorry, Mistress Nashmeira. I suppose I will not repeat I promise I will not repeat my mistake. Forgive me for making you suffer that girl's foolishness, Dumiko. Though she has grown in skill, it is clear she is still a child in more ways than one. I can only hope that she will take today's lesson to heart, lest she eventually pay the price. You ask much of the girl. Being a true dancer is about more than knowing how to move one's feet. I must be rougher on Rena than anyone, lest Troop Falsium fail to carry out its sworn duty. I can see you are confused by my words. Do not worry, all will become evident in due time. Yes, both you and Rena will understand all too well. And with that, I must prepare for our forthcoming performance. This time, I will be asking Rena to take the stage alone. She may consider it her opportunity to reflect upon her actions today and, God's willing, learn and grow from her missteps. Meanwhile, perhaps it would be best if you two return to your training. If you and Rena truly mean to bring out the best in one another, both of you will need to work harder than ever before. Farewell for now, and let us meet up again when it is time to move on. And now, I do believe it's time I did some investigating on my own. It is good to see you, Sumiko. You'll be pleased to hear that our exhibition in the Sultanate was a rousing success. Renala gave quite the inspired performance. It would seem the girl has indeed taken her lessons to heart. That leaves Gridonia as the final stop on our three-nation tour. I mean to depart immediately, but I must confess that the curious developments in Ul'dah have given me pause. Upon our arrival, let us pay a visit to the Adder's Nest and inquire as to any strange happenings about town. Do not ask me why, but I believe it is best we stay vigilant. Okay. Before I go too far, I'm gonna go to Drybone. Get our Viper on. And then in Gridonia is where the painter is. Keshqua. So this is Camp Drybone, huh? A fitting name. Anyway, are you ready to hunt? What's that look for? Let me guess. You want to ask around first and see if anyone can point us in the right direction? No need. The Weaver's friend told me plenty. All we gotta do is track down the beast, which is a Viper speciality. It was just raining a moment ago. Hold up. Ugh, that's a very big schneck. It went after traders carrying tailors' materials. Bolts of cloth and whatnot don't sound none too tasty to me, so I'm guessing it's the merchants themselves the beast had its eye on. Most predators use their sense of smell to pick out their meals. Scents carry on the wind, so you gotta consider the positions of the rocks and plants to determine how the air tends to flow through the area. Ain't too hard to deduce where a critter's made its lair after you've done all that. Yep, that's a big one. Mean looking too. Must be wreaking havoc in the food chain. Never mind the danger it poses to locals. Well, time to do what a Viper does best. Well, damn. That's that. So, you like the show? Don't play coy, I can see you're intrigued. But before I spill all my secrets, I got a question for you. Ever heard of a Tural Vidral? Thought not? Well, they're a rare breed of beast what wields all kinds of powers they got no right having. A threat to every other living thing that has the temerity to breathe in their vicinity. Because of their long lifespans and unnatural abilities, they were dubbed the Tyrants of Tural. It's more or less what the name means. Anyway, someone's gotta hunt down the Tural Vidral, and that someone is us, the Vipers. You know, I've met a fair few adventurers during my time here, but I can tell you're a cut above the rest. Might even have what it takes to be a Viper. If you're interested, I can teach you, on one condition. You'll help me hunt down the Tural Vidral that's made its way to Eorzea. What do you say? Hell of a thing to ask out of the blue, I know. Just think on it some, will you? Let's head back to Ul'dah and tell the Weaver fellow we're square. The journey'll give you time to consider my offer. I just gave our Weaver friend the good news, and he handed over this set of fancy duds, as promised. Gotta say, it was worth the trouble. So, about my offer. You ready to become a Viper and protect folks from the nastiest beast that ever lived? Yes. A mighty fine answer. I'll make a Viper of you, just see if I don't. First order of business, let me give you this here soul crystal. It contains knowledge of our fighting arts passed down since ancient times from one generation of Vipers to the next. Assuming you've got the knack for it, our skills can be yours too. I've also got a fresh set of Viper gear for you. The Weavers Guild wanted to thank you for overseeing our hunt earlier, so they made you your very own outfit. Guess that fella took your measurements by eye or something. Oh, and the blades are a couple of spares I had handy. Try it all on for size, and let me get a good look at you while you're at it. Woo! Oops. Okay, and then oh, okay. Update. Well. What do you mean? Oh. I see what you mean. Oh no. Add. Okay. Well, you sure look the part, but do you feel anything from the soul crystal? I knew it. Sounds like you got what it takes to be a Viper, but the only way to know for sure is to put them new skills to the test. For that, we'll need prey. From what I hear, you adventurers have got your own guilds. I'm guessing the folks there will know the best spots for hunting. Let's go see what they can tell us. knowledgeable adventurer. Tell me things. If you're after deadly predators, try Spineless Basin. Lately, there have been sightings of heretofore unknown species. Those that slaughter anything that moves, including travelers. What's worse, they work in packs. Even the adventurers hired to call them ended up meeting a sticky end. Gonna lead already? Maybe there's something to this whole asking around thing after all. Critters not from around these parts, you say? Either they got chased out of their usual habitat, or they were brung here. Either way, it's bad news for folks unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. The hunting of Tural Vidral is a Viper's most important duty, but that doesn't mean we can turn a blind eye to lesser threats. Next stop, Spineless Basin. I do, apparently. I'll have to play around and see what all this does. But to Gridania we go. To the answer. Sumiko, I am sorry to say that my fears appear to have been well-founded. Gridania too has seen its fair share of local unrest of late. Will I explain the situation to my colleagues, good sir? You are familiar with the Duskrites, yes? They are a clan of Elizan who eschew the shackles of urban life and instead choose to live in isolation. For the most part, both sides choose to leave the other well enough alone. Recently, however, events have taken a troubling turn. Groups of Duskrites have been assembling for reasons unknown, holding secret gatherings on the outskirts of the forest. Whatever their aim, we can be quite certain that it is nothing good. The Twin Adder is content to leave them be provided they do us no harm, but when they turn to thieving and threatening our way of life, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. To say that tensions between Duskrites and our citizens have been rising would be an understatement. To this point, troublemakers among the Duskrites have primarily acted alone, which makes the matter in which they are now plotting something together in plain sight all the more concerning. Some here in the nest even believe that they are sowing the seeds of violent uprising. As fortune would have it, these Duskrite rabble-rousers have recently been sighted in particular frequency at the immediate vicinity of the venue where I had hoped to hold our performance. Needless to say, we must address the immediate danger before we can even think of going forward with our performance. Sumiko, Rana, what say we investigate the matter together this time? Consider it done. I'll make up for my failure, just you watch me. Once I've soothed the Duskrite's heart with my dance, riding will be the furthest thing from their minds. Thank you, friends. That settles it then. Leave the matter of the Duskrite's demagogues to my colleagues here. I suppose there would be some merit in delegating the task to you, rather than risk fanning the flames between the Duskrites and our own citizens. And yet, you are a dance troupe, are you not? Are you certain that your friends here are up to the task of suppressing an armed revolt? You can be assured they are. For what it is worth, I too will be accompanying Renan and Sumiko to ensure that everything is in order. Besides, there is something I would confirm with my own eyes. And with that, we should be on our way. The Duskrites in question are said to be congregating in the South Shroud. Let us meet first at the local tavern and formulate a plan of attack. sails shroud. Oop, nope. According to one of the regulars here, the Duskrite troublemakers were seen not long ago just to the northeast of here. And that's not all. A rumor says that they were, and I quote, gyrating and undulating in a most curious way. Whatever it was that we witnessed in Thanalan, it seems likely that it's afflicted the people here as well. We must investigate the matter with all speed. Come now. Gyrating and undulating. Those are definitely two terms for dancing. Dimko, Mistress Nashmera, I think I saw something. Over there, behind the bushes. That's it! That's the same creepy dance I saw in Ul'dah. The Dance of the Damned. Yes, it is just as I feared. I'll explain everything in good time. For the moment, just leave them to me. Begone, meddlers. Leave us to our dancing. My legs, it's as if they have a mind of their own. Ew. It's a little too late for that, I'm afraid. She cannot look out when she is already laid out on the ground. Forgive me, Tsumiko, and thank you. And to think I was scolding poor Rena for her overconfidence. In my heyday I would have made short work of that thing, but alas, those days are long behind me. Don't be too hard on yourself, Mr. Snashmeira. We all have our bad days, and besides, it's not as if you were just being reckless like me, but never mind that. What in the world did I just see? That creepy dance, a strange cloud of black ether? What does all of this mean, Mr. Snashmeira? Come now, I know you have more... I know you know more than you've let on. I do, and I fully intend to share my knowledge with you, once I have seen what I must with my own 2 eyes. In the meantime, someone should hand over these men to the Twin Adders. I suppose you're right. We must treat your wounds as well. Tsumiko, could I ask you to return to the Adder's Nest and to deliver our report? I'll tend to Mistress Nashmeira's scratches and see that no other troublemaking Duskrites show up. To Gridania. Gavin. What's this? You apprehended the Duskrite miscreants for us? Splendid! On behalf of all of Gridania, you have our gratitude. We will dispatch a unit to the South Shroud at once. My apologies for the delay, Tsumiko. I am pleased to report that our dancing Duskrite friends have been handed over to the proper authorities. And Rena's patched up my wounds good as new. With sufficient rest, I should be back on the stage in no time. Not on my watch, you won't. I mean, pray do not overexert yourself, Mr. Snashmeira. You need your rest. I told you I could have handed over the culprits myself. I know, Rena, and yet I wanted to be there myself when they awoke. It played out exactly as I expected. They remembered little or nothing about their dancing, their secret gatherings, or any of the conversations that led up to it all. Just being stubborn, no doubt. Worry not, friends. The Twin Adders will carry out a proper interrogation. And yet one thing concerns me. Is it true that these events bear a striking similarity to a situation you witnessed in Othard? What we have witnessed is none other than the Totem Towns, the Dance of the Damned. It is our gods-given duty as dancers to see that it is never danced again. The Dance of the Damned? Our mission? Whatever are you rambling about, mistress? I thought our mission was to lend strength and succor to the suffering and lift the spirits of the realm. That it is, and yet the truth of exactly what that entails runs far deeper. Throughout our storied history, the dancers of Troop Falcium have saved countless lands time and again from the fate most dire. When war and calamity ravaged the land, fear and anger filled men's hearts. These emotions fester, reacting with the aether around us, in the air we breathe, in the ground beneath our feet, to form an etheric manifestation of malaise that spreads like a dark cloud across the land. The weak, the downtrodden, the scorned and suffering. Sadly, it is these people who are oft the quickest to fall prey to dark despair. Left unchecked, the shadow fully consumes them, their hearts, their minds. In the end, even control of the very limbs is taken from them. Stripped of the very last semblances of sanity, they flail about in a manner most hideous. Tales tell of mothers blissfully unaware as they trampled their beloved children, men who danced so violently they ripped the limbs from their own bodies, This is the Totentanz, the Dance of the Damned. What madness is this? You speak true, this damnable dance you speak of arises from the fear and anger in people's hearts. Why did it not manifest itself in the wake of the calamity, and Eorzea's darkest hour? Call me mad, but I think I understand. In time of greatest crises, just surviving for another day requires all the strength we can muster. People having neither the time nor the freedom of mind to dwell on emotions like hatred or anger. Renah has the right of it. It is precisely at this time, a time when Eorzea has made great strides in its recovery, yet deeper wounds still go undressed, that your people are most susceptible to that damnable dance. So that is why our art was born so many ages ago, not just to drive out the darkness from people's hearts in a figurative sense, but to literally cast out the etheric shadows and free the afflicted from the clutches of the Totentanz. Yes, this is the truth of the Troop Falcium, passed down from principle to principle for generations. What I did for the Dusk Rites was to use my dance to extract the darkness from their hearts and give it physical form that can then be struck down and banished. It has been several centuries since the menace of the Totentanz has reared its ugly head. To be honest, when we first came to Eorzea, I was unsure as to what we would encounter. So as to not worry the two of you overmuch, I kept the truth from you. Yet now that I have seen it with my own eyes, our mission could not be more clear. As the inheritors of the Creekstones, we must chase the shadows of the Totentanz from this realm. I beg forgiveness for the secrecy, my friends, and ask that you lend me your aid. You can count on me. Everyone has their secrets. Of course you can count on us. After all, Zumiko and I are dancers of Troop Falcium. And it's like you always say, a dancer never abandons her partner. Why should you have to carry the burden of saving the whole realm all by yourself? Renah, Zumiko, after all my harsh words and hidden truths, you are far too kind. I must confess that I am still struggling to understand all this. But one thing is clear, this dancing epidemic you speak of poses a grave danger to our realm. I will contact the other grand companies immediately and apprise them of the threat. Should there be any reports of similar phenomena in other nations, we would like to call upon you to deal with the matter. Forgive us the imposition, but clearly this is beyond our ability. Leave it to us. Nothing would honor us more if the nations of Eorzea would place their trust in Troop Falcium and allow us to perform it for their people. Good old Galvin. And with that, only Ishgard and Alamigo remain in our itinerary. Alamigo yet struggles to free itself from the Garlean yoke. We have no choice but to make Ishgard our next destination. At any rate, we will need more time to properly prepare for the confrontation ahead. In the meantime, Renah, you are to continue your performances. You require more practice still before I can bequeath you all of the secrets of the Creekstones. You can count on me, Mistress Nashmera. And you, Zumiko, continue to hone your skills in battle. If we hope to prevail against the Totentanz, we will need your martial skills as much as we need your dancing. For now, it is not enough that we lure the shadows out of people's hearts. We must dispel the darkness for good, lest it simply drift on until it finds another unsuspecting host. Yes, we will be needing your strength more than ever. And with that, I too should prepare myself. Our true last act draws ever closer at hand. Oh, yay! Good, good. All good. Let's see. 打。Oh, I forgot to get the painter while I was there. Oh well. Impervious to most attacks, you say? Welcome, Paladin. I had hoped to see you before I left. You remained a true friend, even after the wrongs I did to you, and I owe you my trust. So I will tell you everything I have learned. After our encounter in the hills, I spent some time in the care of Skolzagil, recovering from my wounds. As I convalesced, he gave me the true account of what happened these last few years in his solitary war against the Monoturists. After he went into hiding, he tried to give word to me about what was happening, but I was surrounded by agents in the pay of the Monoturists who kept me isolated and ignorant. They planted the lie that Skolzagil was a traitor, tricked me into tracking him down. I was their puppet, twitching obediently at the end of the strings they pulled. But when I discovered that Death's Embrace had been behind the demise of my brothers and sisters, they panicked. Especially when they found out I had shared that information with you. They set a trap for us, and baited it with the promise of a parley with Skolzagil. Skolzagil was no traitor, as I should well have known, but I allowed myself to be deceived by the whispers of murmurs and flatterers, and no, that was not the way of it. It was not their lies that made me blind, but my desire, nay obsession, to restore our honor. For the Sultan Sworn and all paladins who have bent the knee to a higher cause, honor is a means to an end, not the end itself. I lost sight of that, and in doing so, lost sight of my true duty. Skolzagil understood what was happening, and that is why he gave you the soul of the paladin. It was a remonstration, a message. Look how adventurers live, he was telling me. Where does their honor, their authority come from? I owe my position to the machinations of the Monoturists. They calculated that a young captain, eager to prove his loyalty, bound by unquestioning fealty, would be all the easier to control. They were right. I am a sham and a fake. But the world does not know that, and even the illusion of power is a power of sorts. I can use it to fight back. I will tell my subordinates that I am fleeing to Snowcloak and Corthus. When the Monoturists hear of this, they surely will, they will send assassins after me again. But when they show their hand, I will stand my ground and fight back. I realize you may wish to offer your assistance. However, I cannot in good conscience put you in harm's way anymore. You too have become a target of the Cabal's assassins. The odds will be against me, but much is certain. But Skolzagil has taught me much, and if I am brave and vigilant, I know I can triumph. I'm sorry you have been caught up in our own political struggles, but now, as a paladin, it is time you traveled your own path. Ah yes, Skolzagil wished to have a word with you as well. You will find him in central Thanalan. Allow me to mark the location on your map. I see. Central. Oh, friend. Thank you for coming to Miko. We haven't much time, so I will be blunt. Jenlins will die if he faces death's embrace alone. I know what I must do, and I suspect you do as well. If you are the woman I believe you to be, then we shall meet again soon. That's the Viper quest, and this is the Reaper quest. I will be right back. Okay. Had to get me some water. I got my candy. Wrong one. These dear adventurers ran into a whole gaggle of the fiends whereafter. They got pretty roughed up, but I saw their wounds already. But I saw two their wounds already, don't you worry. Before we go say hello to the troublemakers, I reckon I ought to teach you about the Viper's dual blades. Our techniques were created for the sole purpose of killing Tural Vidral. Most of them are meaner varieties of things you might encounter in the wild, often with special powers to boot. To stand a chance against these powerful enemies, our ancestors looked to vipers for inspiration, always twisting and turning to find the perfect angle of attack to take down bigger prey. Two blades, for the twin fangs of a viper, to wield in tandem and strike with precision. They can also be combined into a single weapon that weaves and sways like the body of a snake. By switching between these stances, the Viper has the capacity to adapt to any situation. Now, the prey we're after today ain't nowhere near as fearsome as the Tural Vidral, but they'll give you a chance to test out your new skills. Let me know when you're ready. these do? But we're gonna find out. We'll see. Excuse me. The beasts we're chasing supposedly work in packs. My gut tells me there's a whole bunch of them over by that big old tree. There's a lot of big trees, my friend. Which one is it? If there are any meaner beasties, they must be biding their time. All I see here is fodder. Though for practicing your new skills, they'll do fine. I'll stay out of your way and give you a few pointers. Let me know when you're ready. I'm ready, Chief. Dual Thing means wielding your two blades separately. Start by using either Steel Fang or Reaving Fangs, and then press the attack. To finish the sequence, switch back to Viper and hit him with Death Rattle. Start with an opener, follow up with a second, then pick 4 finishers. Pick one of the 4. Did it. That was a lot of buttons for combos that didn't quite feel smooth, but I'll figure it out. Oh. Use device here. Here it is. Ugh. He's an ugly little feller. I don't know if I did good, but I did it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Those were just the basics, but your execution was mighty impressive. Since you've proven you won't be a liability, let me tell you about the Toral Vidral we're up against. We call it Iksak Zmajun. It's an offshoot of the Brzak, a deadly jungle predator. And after a series of mutations, this one's grown huge wings. Worse yet, it's smart as a whip and has a mean streak a mile wide. After learning of the beast, me and my most promising student set off to slay it. Facing it head-on seemed like suicide, so we laid an ambush. Almost worked, too. Almost. And we thought we had it subdued and made our approach to deliver the killing blow. But we'd underestimated the fiend's cunning nature. When we got close, it lashed out, lightning quick, before taking to the skies. I cradled my brother in arms as he breathed his last. Revenge is all I've been able to think about ever since. I traveled the length and breadth of Tural looking for that beast, but nothing to show for it but a half-dozen pairs of ruined boots. With each passing day, I grew more and more desperate. That was until I met some folks who'd crossed the salt on a trade ship from Ul'dah. They claimed they'd seen a huge creature flying eastward over the ocean. Knowing how clever Iksak Zmajun is, I reckoned they'd gone in search of a new hunting ground. Somewhere without an established threat like us vipers, so I bought passage on a ship and here I am. For a second I thought it had like a harness on it, and I was just like, wait a second, but I don't think that is. Little did I know Eorzi would be damn near as big as Tural. I'm a fish out of water, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Or that I'm gonna need all the help I can get. That's where you come in. With you on my side, I might just stand a chance of avenging my fallen comrade. What do you say? Thanks, that means a lot. Let's get back to Ul'dah and see if we can't find some clues as to where our beastie's whereabouts are. Oops. One more thing to take care of here before we go back to Ul'dah. That's not his real name, of course. He's as Garlean as we come, but I'd say he makes a passable Highlander in the correct light. Huh. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arnegus, but it ain't needed. She has a personal contract with me, so consider her a mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you'd say in front of me, you can say in front of her. By your will, boss. A chimera has been making these sands a living hell for anyone who dares to wander into its territory, which'd be us, since our trade route cuts through it. The men I've hired to carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent for you. We'll see what we can do, Arnegus. Might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras ain't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. Time to put your nano skills to use, Sumiko. Yes, yes. Are we ready? I'm ready! Let's get on with the hunt, eh? We'll need to draw out the chimera with myrmidon meat. Not to accustom yourself with the Reaper's tool. Harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. The best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatars. Let's see how you do. Give it cutie. Ooh. So I'm doing good. I got its attention. Admired chimera. Our target arrives. Finish this and I'll let you keep its head as a trophy. So long as your avatar is by your side, monsters like these are nothing more than easy peasy. Show me you've been listening, Sumiko. Give your avatar a feast to remember. Remember to position yourself. Giblet from the side, gallows from the rear. Simple enough, eh? Giblet from the side, gallows from the rear. What about Geet? visit. You can tell I don't play DPS classes very often. It's not my cup of tea. But we got it done. It died. I survived. I think that's really all that matters. Bloody impressive work, that. I knew there was something about you, but truth be told, I didn't expect you to make such clean work of that chimera. I reckon even I might be hard-pressed to match that display. You know talent when you see it, boss. And with that, the ceruleum will flow once more. Among his many roles, Arnegus is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at a price that'd make those guild pinchers in Almagina and Sons balk. But still turns a pretty profit. We can barely keep up with demand despite the occasional beast or two butting into our affairs. It's all thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. Ceruleum ain't easy to come by, as you well know. Almagina and Sons protect their monopoly of the Gilded Fist, but they've yet to force the Imperial stragglers up north out of the market. Now, before you go running off to the flames, let me assure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to Imperials is forbidden by law, but there's nary a word writ about buying from them. I know you Eorzeans like to call Garleans by all sorts of colorful names. Bastards, tyrants, invaders, and we've got all those and worse. But while many a foul deed has been committed for the glory of the Empire, we ain't megalomaniacs to a man. Even amongst the purebloods, those that serve don't always do so by choice. Could be argued that we're all casualties of the great Machina's ambition. No small number of the Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could, but the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family what few coins they can afford to part with. Most Eorzeans wouldn't suffer a whit of color to complicate their black and white view, but if you're going to fight with us, you should learn the truth of our past. Long ago, long before the Empire, our forebears lived in Locus Amoenus, down in southern Isilbard. With temperate climes and fertile earth the land provided, many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops of the selfsame size the reapers would eventually wield. But gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and some 800 years ago now they were driven from Locus Amoenus completely. They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there they fought tooth and nail for the scant resources of that frigid land. In the fires of hardship were the first magitech devices forged, and with innovation upon innovation, that humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. But before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft not only of magic, but of hope itself. With no natural advantages to speak of, our mere survival was in question. From harsh necessity were the Reapers born. We turned our tools into weapons and struck a bargain with the Whispers in the dark. With the Void's power, we could strike at an army's beaten heart, slay their generals, and throw the ranks and file into disarray. Our way is to end battles before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep avaricious hands away from family, friends, and lovers. And now this power belongs to you. Remember our story. Remember what drives a woman to turn to the void, and you'll not be led onto deeper temptations. Our work here is done. I'll see you back at headquarters. The eye patch I can deal with. The jacket, not so much. It's, really tattered. Not that the tattered look is bad or anything. That one's just not for me. Oh, if it ain't Zumiko, you heading in?
Yes.
For your first out, and you did good. I think you've earned the right to know just who this lot you've thrown yourself in with is. You might have gathered this yourself, but the Lemurs were formed to support those Garleans who are living in exile. It ain't easy to be far from home, let alone in a place where most would sooner gut you than offer a helping hand. Oft the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this, I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I suspect that scythe to be like an extension of your own body when next we speak. Okay. And then two. Where is he? Oh. As you saw at the Weaver's Guild, chatting up folks ain't my strong suit. If you're happy to take the lead, I'm happy to follow, at least for now. think you can ask the locals if they've spotted any strange creatures flying around. As for me, I'll study your technique, see if I can't brush up my social graces and whatnot. Yes. And this brand, my guy. Any flying beasts? Why, yes, of late we've had sightings of such a creature. More and more each day. We're looking into it ourselves, but there have been no reported attacks, nor can I provide a more detailed description. As such, I can't say if it's the same one you're after. Yeah, when I was on the ship here, I heard about this hunt your local companies seem to be running. We got a system like that back in Tural, too, mainly for dealing with the Tural Vidral. Naturally, the bulk of the work was handled by Vipers, but the scope's since been expanded to cover a wider range of threats. These days, pretty much anyone can take on jobs, and there's no shortage of them all over. If you're ever in Tural, maybe you want to give it a try? It's gonna be a long while yet before I'm able to go. Whole lot of people here. We got cities of our own back in Tural, but this is something else. You know, to become a Viper, traditionally you've got to live in this remote village in the mountains where you learn all you can about the habits of various beasts. Ain't much else to do there, so anytime you get to yourself, you're expecting to spend honing your skills. Once training's done, you're free to roam where you please. There ain't... Thank you, but no thank you. I've been thinking of making my own, just to have something. And I'm not sure. I don't know what I want to do yet. There ain't many Tural Vidral that need hunting, but they can spring up pretty much anywhere in Tural. So many say it's good to keep on the move. Me though, I chose to stick around even after I finished my training. Gave me a chance to work on my swordsmanship, and instead of going out looking for work, folks came straight to us asking for help. That's how I got complicit and fell into the habit of letting my elders and students do all the talking and negotiating with outsiders. Even my passage here was arranged by an acquaintance. You are a little helpless, aren't you? What? A winged creature? Ah, well, I've only heard the rumors. They say it has a dozen faces, ringed with red, wriggling tentacles, and it shoots beams of light from its eyes. Of course, it's all too common for those with more money than sense to bring in bizarre species from different lands. And the trouble with rumors is that they grow ever more fanciful with each retelling. Well, damned if I know how you did it, but you and your silver tongue got useful information out of folks. Even if none of it amounted to a solid lead, the knowledge that Iksok Zmajun hasn't kicked up a proper fuss yet is a clue all in itself. I reckon it's taking its time to get the lay of the land, having only just arrived here. Alright, now I've seen a master at work, I'm gonna try my hand at talking to the locals. The best way is to learn by doing. Couldn't agree more. Besides, I've faced meaner foes than a few tight-lipped city folk, and if I make a fool of myself, so what? I'll just ask someone else. And it just so happens I brought with me a whole bunch of herbs and knickknacks from back home that I can sell to keep myself fed. It might take a while to find any solid leads, but at least I can get by for the time being. Who are you? So those are the ones who slew my pets. Interlopers on the hunt for my next darling prize. Little do they know it's lost interest in Thanalan. Just as well. Its fickle nature may yet bring us greater delights. I don't like you, lady. I'll be doing my damnedest to get more information. Might take a while though, so come see me later. And don't forget to practice your Viper techniques. Cool, cool. Now we're going to Quarthus. Snowcloak. Or paladin business. Why it need be so far, I do not know. Let's get it. Well, I told you to go to ground. This isn't your fight. First Kulzagil, now you. Are you both so eager to die? You forget that we are paladins. Wheresoever our duty leads us, we go, and do so of our own free will. To abide by one's own sense of justice is to embrace the paladin's creed. Sworn or unsworn, we are paladins true, and the only true oath we swear is the one we swear to ourselves. Now come, let us stand shoulder to shoulder and show the black hearts the metal of our souls and the steel of our swords. Manipulated creatures, huh? Easy enough. What is these eyes by? Hello again. Welcome back. Is it just up to me then? Pizza trap. Oh shit. Where do you think you're going? Oh. Hiya. Oh, I got a beeper. Got you. Okay. Dead. Didn't stand a chance. You've done well. You never flinched from your duty. You followed your path you knew you had to take, and you showed us what it means to be a paladin. And you even managed to prise the scales from Jenlin's eyes while you were at it. It's been an honor to know you and to watch you grow. In any case, today's battle should blunt the Monitorist's dagger, at least for a while. They'll think twice before sending assassins after the Sultan sworn again. I trust you'll see to this mess, Jenlins. Yes, sir. I mean, Captain. Please, sir, return to the capital. Take up your command again. The burden is too much for the likes of me. The Monitress may have stolen Oathkeeper, but oaths are not forged in steel. They are sworn in the heart. You never betrayed your oaths, Jenlins. And as for your leadership, well, ask this paladin if she learned anything from you. No matter what the circumstances, once a man has left the Sultan sworn, he cannot return. No, I followed my own path, and on it I will stay. I have followed you since the day I vowed to join the ranks of the Sultan sworn. Has the time come for me to stop following and begin to lead? Thank you for coming. Once again, you have placed me in your debt. See me in the city when you return. I will have something for you. A complete set of armor? Oh, you shouldn't have. Sending me out into the wilds with only parts of a full armor set. Oh my goodness, I spazzed out there for a second. Apparently I'm not allowed to drink water. That was amusing. Okay. Back to Ulda. Welcome, Paladin. These have been troubled times for the Sultan Sworn, and you have served us loyally. You did what was just, followed the Paladin way, and defended the weak and needy. You are a true Oathkeeper. Honor and right were yours from the very beginning, and that is what made you strong. Strong enough to defeat me. The Sword Oathkeeper has yet to be found, but I have come to realize that I do not need it. Nay, not to lead the Sultan Sworn, nor to restore our good name. The oaths we keep are in our hearts, not in that hallowed blades. Skolzagil has left to wander the nations of Eorzea. He is a man of honor, and unless I am very much mistaken, he will continue to look for the sword that was gifted by our rulers centuries ago. I shall continue to serve Ul'dah as one of the Sultan Sworn. You shall defend the people of Eorzea as a free paladin. Our paths diverge now, but we shall forever be bound by the oaths we keep in our hearts. But listen to me. Noble words aren't much good to an adventurer who has to face monsters and menaces out in the real world. Fortunately, I have something that will serve you rather better. This sacred armor has been kept within the Sultan Sworn for many generations. It was given only to the Sultan Sworn who had, through feats of arms and deeds of great courage, earned the privilege to wear it. But something tells me that, for the first time since it left the armorer's forge, this armor should go to someone who is not of the Sultan Sworn. If I allowed myself to be a slave to tradition, the paladin who deserves it most would never wear it. Now, wouldn't that be a waste of fine plate? Just one thing. If anyone asks where you got it, you mustn't say it was me. No promises, friend. You did try to kill me after all. Like a knight in shining armor. We're gonna hold off on picking up that one. What I want to do next... What did I want to do? I completely forgot. I guess we can do Dark Knight. Why is she not pleased? I'm beginning to question your commitment, Sumiko. You haven't heard the voices since our last communion, which means you haven't taken my lessons to heart. You know I'm trying to help you, don't you? All of this is for your benefit. You listen, but you don't understand. Really? Never mind. You are the stubborn type, I know that. We'll just have to keep at it until you open your eyes. Morbidox, that's where we'll be headed next. Morbidox. Please don't be mad at me, Sensei. Never much cared for the ocean myself. That friend of mine, the one I told you about before our first communion, we came out here together once. Long story short, we ended up doing something ridiculously foolish and we're lucky to make it out alive. I tried to talk her out of it, but she just had to get on that damn boat. Don't be like that, friend. Isn't the maelstrom supposed to aid the small folk when they're in a spot of trouble? So far as it is possible, yes, but such matters fall within the purview of the Yellow Jackets, and they told me to bugger off. Can you believe that? I'm begging you, Sergeant. Wait, is that you, Tsumiko? It is, the legend herself. Forgive me, madam, I never thanked you properly for your service to Lumsa Laminsa. When I first learned Leviathan had been summoned, I feared that... Why, if it isn't that famous adventurer who's been killing primals left and right. Truly, the 12 must be watching over me, because you're just the woman I need. I am the victim of a terrible, heinous crime. I was waylaid by Quirgan bandits near the Salt Strand who left me with not more than the clothes on my back. And what makes you think I give a Quirgan's arse about your troubles? Go and bother the Yellow Jackets like the sergeant said. I seek worthy prey, not a gang of rats. How could you say such a thing, madam? Without your help, I'm ruined. Fine, I'll help. Spoken like a true hero. So you know, the rank and file didn't seem so dangerous, but their leader was a mean-looking bastard. But considering the foes you faced in the past, he couldn't possibly pose a threat to you. Shut your mouth and wait here. I'll be back. I think I'm making her angry. I don't think she's much too pleased with me. This Quirgan isn't everything he promised. I'll take it out of his hide. Let's make the most of this, Dumiko. No style, no guile, just chaos. Mark your limits, then push yourself beyond. Let the darkness guide you and set you free. No style, no guile. You did well. All that's left is to return the goods to their owner. Are you okay? Finish it. Finish what we started. Are you gonna be okay? I'm doing a big concern right now. I feel really bad just leaving her there. Ah, it's you! Were you able to catch up with those bandits? Yes, that seems to be mine, but... None will take me. I can't sell this. Everything's soaked through with Quirgan blood. What did you do? Carve one open and leave him to bleed all over my wares? I'm ruined. Utterly ruined. Madam, I demand recompense for your reckless destruction of my property. I am a reasonable man, so I will acknowledge that you are not wholly responsible. 50% of the value should suffice. 50%? 50%? I slaughtered a gang of Korgan bandits for your precious goods, and this is what the thanks I receive. You spineless sack of shite. I kill your enemies, I fetch your things, I do what you people can't or won't do yourselves. You are helpless, weak. All you do is want and need. I should have left you to drown in Leviathan's tidal wave. At least then I would have been spared your constant bloody whining. Do not speak to me of this ever again. Pray forgive me my insolence, madam. Sumiko, madam, You have every right to be upset, but I think he understands, madam. Frey? Are you... where... Are you okay? We can't keep doing this, Sumiko. You must see now that what it's doing to us. What they're doing to us. These people. Never mind them. The voice is all that matters. Yes. Yes, you are right. You must hearken to its words and discover your true calling. You are close, Sumiko. So very, very close. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could make you see. But all I can do is guide you on your journey. With every breath you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. A chorus of voices cries out for a hero, and she comes. She smiles, she nods, and she remains silent. But she too has a voice. I will be heard. Tsumiko Shikami. Yeah, she is. You stand at the precipice, but do not fear the fall. Cast yourself into the abyss, and you shall soar above, free at last. There are other lands than these, Tsumiko, lands where we are not known. Ask, and we shall quit this place forever. Only when you have renounced everything, and are you free to do anything. When we meet again, you will give us your answer. This is becoming very ominous. Like, all I was doing is what I normally do. You wouldn't think somebody would yell at me for that. But here we are. I knew you would come to your senses, Sumiko. Now, let us go. If I never see snow again, it'll be too soon. We should go somewhere warm, at least for a little while. Wait for me near the gates of judgment. When you are alone, call out, and I shall join you. A moment later, Frey departs, though in what direction you cannot seem to recall. Excuse me, sir. And I am out of sight. Wait, I know that voice. Sumiko Shigami, the hero of the Scions. Allow me to say what an honor it is to meet you, madam. I mean, by the Fury, the woman who bested Shiva. Every knight under Lord Drillamon's command knows the tale. I could go on, but, well, I'll just say it. If I may, madam, we need your help. We've a giant problem, madam. A band of them has taken to raiding caravans passing through Danafin's Pass. We think they may be planning to expand their territory. Lord Drillamon wants them gone, but you know how it is. Too much work for too few hands. We'd need at least 24 knights to clear them out safely. But now that you're here, madam, we have nothing to fear. Aye, while we create a distraction, you can slip past and put their leader down. Without him, they're sure to cut and run. You will help us. So will you help us, madam? We beg of you. Wait, hold on. We beg of you. Man, you guys are just a bunch of pansies. Thank you so much, madam. We won't forget this. Pray accompany me to the pass, madam. We can discuss the finer details of our plan there. No. No more. Enough. Is she mad that we helping people? Or like, what is going on? Little floppy arms. The leader should be somewhere in the tunnels, madam. Once you are in position, we'll launch our attack. If all goes to plan, you should only have to contend with the leader and his guards. May the Fury guide and protect us. Is she losing herself to the dark? By the Fury, you really did it! And you made it look so easy! As for us, there are some injuries, but nothing serious. It was starting to look rather grim, actually, but the moment he fell, they sounded the retreat. It was an honor to fight with you, madam. You really are everything the bards say. Truth be told, I've been following your deeds for some time now, ever since you first came to Whitebrim Front. Your martial prowess is widely known, of course, but what I found truly inspirational was your compassion for the common man. How you would risk your life without thought for fame or fortune, how the lowest among us could find a friend in you. Sir! Something wrong? It's Lord Drillamon, sir. He heard we were in the field with Sumiko and is demanding she come to Whitebrim Front at once. Demanding? What is the meaning of this? Certain allegations have been made, sir. It would seem that she was observed conversing with the corpse in the broom. Not that anyone would ever believe such slander, of course. Slander? How dare? I should warn you, madam, that some of these allegations were made by Temple Knights. You may be asked to surrender your weapon. I don't know about that, though. Surrender your weapon. After what happened in Nulda, they must be mad. Pay attention, Simiko. This could be the greatest moment of our life. That is, if you could stop denying the truth that's been staring you in the face since the moment we met. Say my name. Say it. My real name. Our real name. Come now, you knew Frey was dead from the beginning, but you didn't care. You had a sword and a soul crystal, but what you wanted was a mentor. A mentor with the gifts and the knowledge, a dark knight who could guide you on the path, who you could aspire to become. A woman who was free to say and do the things you would not. Even now, you continue to deny it. Well, deny me all you want. You cannot deny what we have done. Have I not been good to you? Have I not given you everything I promised? Did I not help you hear the whispers of our very soul? Open your eyes. Look. Do you see now? Do you see? Everything up to now has been your story. And everything after now will be mine. Shadow battle. Esteem. Who? Never heard him. I'm gonna die. I won't. Oh my hell! Don't do it. Oh. Ward. It would seem I underestimated myself, but no matter. They have borne witness to the darkness within us. But what lies beneath the mask? Tsumiko. Tsumiko, listen to us. Slide on in. We will never forsake you, no matter what. We know who you are, Tsumiko. We know, and so do you. A fantastic display of willful ignorance. Wipe the slate clean. Forgive and forget. Convince yourselves that she can be controlled. Oh, the warrior of light, our weapon of light. It isn't too late, Tsumiko. We can still be free. Tsumiko? So this is your answer. Listen to my voice. Listen to our heartbeat. Listen. If this is how it must be, then so be it. But know that when you tire of this charade, I will be here, waiting to take the reins. You need only ask. It was like the part of me that was just like, man, screw everybody else. I'm gonna do things for myself. Praise Lone, you're all right, madam. For a moment we feared we'd lost you forever. Lord Drillamon made it clear that we will speak no more of what happened. Not that he had to ask, mind. As for your friend, I am told he will be interred with full rites. May his soul rest in peace. Oh. Are you certain you're all right, madam? You seem a little... Never mind. Fare you well. You subdue your dark side. For now. Alrighty. Well, that's taken care of. But I think this is where we're gonna call it for today. Thank everybody for hanging out with me all the way up until this point. If you haven't already, if you can, like and subscribe. I do always appreciate it. And thank you for those who stuck around and chatted with me. Particularly you, noob. Thank you. But I will catch you all in the next stream, which will likely be next week, since this week seems to be a little complicated. But I will see you when I see you. Bye!